Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as Mr. Paul Quinn leads us in our national anthem.
Turn it on. There you go. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. On the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good afternoon and welcome back to Canterbury Park. It is opening day for 2025. If you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes, very limited changes, on the card. The main track is fast. The turf course is listed as good. Fast and good for opening night at the park. No changes in the first 6 races, and do note, Race 2 will start the Pick 5 at Canterbury with that lowest takeout. Race 2 for the Pick 5. No changes in the first 6. Additional work now being published in Race 7 for the 2 Little Bit Tipsy. Back on the 15th of May for furlongs in 49.67. That was a breezing work for Little Bit Tipsy. One scratch on the card. It happens in the lucky last, race number 8. Take out the 4, Boss Down. Boss Down in race 8, the 4-horse, is a scratch. Main track is fast. Turf course is good. And now it's time to get caught up. Everything you can look forward to here at this beautiful facility. A brand new season. Let's head inside the luxurious TV studio for Miss Angela Herman and Mr. Jeff Madej.
Well, thank you, Kevin, and hello. Welcome to Canterbury Park. Happy to have you here. We're embarking on our 31st season of live racing as Canterbury Park, and it's great to have you joining us. I'm Jeff Madej. She's Angela Herman. She's a third of our broadcast crew. We call them the STEAM team. Kevin Gorg, he's our racing analyst, and Paul Allen, our announcer. They're the other 2/3 of the STEAM team. You're going to want to join them down in the hot tub right near the paddock for the Day at the Races show, and that's coming up in just a few minutes. But Angela, it's exciting to be back.
Jeffrey, it is. I know. It's something that we count down to. It seems like throughout the whole winter, and then once about the last 2 weeks to get here, it seems to fly by, and now here we are at opening day. And this is going to be a little atypical for our normal schedule through the season, and you're going to see behind us. Tell us a little bit more, Jeffrey.
51 racing days. We start tonight, obviously, in just a few minutes, and Ange will have a winner for you, absolutely. And we'll go through September the 20th. So 51 days of racing. We've got that little break in July, which allows the horses to freshen up. We'll have 3 days of rodeo in there. All sorts of great things going on. And, of course, CanterburyPark.com is where you want to go to find everything you need to know. Now, we've got a lot of new faces here, Ange, especially especially with the jockeys. But if you look at the trainers, you can see the top trainers, they're back again this year, and I think it'll be a pretty good battle. I mean, Mac Robertson, he's won 16 training titles. He's always tough to beat, but there's some other people with, I think, some loaded barns.
There definitely are, and you can tell that by the entries from opening weekend. You do see a lot of familiar faces, though, in the training ranks, and Mac Robertson, even though, he didn't lead right from the start, he took control of things pretty quickly early on in the meet and really just kept that steam going right through the end of it. I do like a couple of his horses today and through the weekend, but I think there are some vulnerable favorites, and a couple of these guys do train them, and no matter what, these top 4 barns are all going to take a lot of money throughout, and there's going to be some new tandems this year because there's some new riders. As many as we see back from this trainers list, not necessarily the same case with jockeys.
Right. If you take a look at last year's jockey standings, you'll see that the top 2 riders are not returning. Luis Fuentes was injured over the winter. He's not back in the saddle yet. And Serafin Carmona, who was an apprentice last year, just lost his bug. He's staying home in California to ride at Santa Anita. I think that opens things up. But Harry Hernandez, leading rider in 22 and 23, he's back in the mix.
He is back in the mix. And another name from the past that was riding at Turf Paradise that made quite the splash when he first was up here was Daler Barrios Lopez. You're going to see Daniel Vergara back in the saddle. A lot of riders that we maybe haven't seen before or haven't seen in a little while coming from Turf Paradise. Harry Hernandez, as you mentioned, included, previous
Absolutely.
champion jockey.
Leandro Gonçalves is back, too. He won a title back, I think, 2016. So a lot of riders, 22 different riders will have mounts over the next 3 days. Now, if you're gambling, and you should be gambling, you might want to play the $40 feeders on ExpressBet. ExpressBet and FirstBet, that's the official ADW of Canterbury Park. For the next 11 nights of racing, they'll offer these $40 feeders. Check it out. Just go to expressbet.com for all of that information. And then tomorrow, one of your favorite days.
Well, of course, it's Bulldog Day, and it's one of many dog race days that we do have here. Of course, if you do have one of these dogs, you might still have some room to get involved in some of the later races of the season. Bulldogs close. You can't get back in. You can only come watch it, and you can watch it tomorrow in our first Family Sunday of the season, starting at 1 o'clock. We're going to have a couple of breaks for Bulldog races. There's going to be an awful lot of them out here. If dog racing is your thing, you got to start coming right away in the Canterbury season. The first one is tomorrow.
And then, of course, we race again on Monday. Sunday at 1 o'clock. Monday at 1 o'clock for Memorial Day racing. 7 horse races each day. So mark your calendars and just take a look at what, when you go to CanterburyPark.com, look at that schedule, because we've got our stakes races clustered again on certain nights. We've got the dog days. We've got Taste of Canterbury on Saturday nights throughout the summer.
Yeah.
There's and outside of racing, there's some great concerts. We just had the Beach Boys here on Thursday night, and there's some other really good music events too. We've got barrel racing. That's new, Kip. And we've got 3 days of rodeo. Not 2. 3 days of rodeo this summer. That is always fun. Lots of new food if you're wandering around the building.
Right.
Meslevel, tucked away, is a place called Taco Derby. It's new. Right next to the Chalk Pub, you can get a real good beer and get some nice tacos there as well. That's new this season. You don't want to go up to Meslevel and head to the south.
Right, yeah. If you head up to the second level, it's a little quieter area away from the track. Good lookout spot for the paddock. And even though we have some new stuff in here and we have some new promotions this season, one thing does remain the same, and that's the 10% takeout on our Pick 5, which is going to start in race 2 almost every day, with the exception of some quarter horse trial days. But make sure you note that change. It's going to be in race 2 now each day. 50-cent minimum, 10% takeout. And right away, I mean, Kevin and I discussed this. We've all probably thrown it about at some point. A difficult sequence to kick things off in the season.
Super competitive card tonight. You're going to give out a Pick 5 right before race 2, before Kevin's in the paddock. Lowest takeout in the world. Get involved in that. And now, this is a new feature. It's the bet of the day. Here is your $5 double. What is it?
Well, it's an alternative to those Pick 5s, just because, there's some horses in here that are involved in my Pick 5 play, and then there's another horse that's in race number 7. And if you're trying to find a way to just not bet to win, if you like a couple of horses like I do in race number 6, it's a good way to loop them together. And it's a dollar minimum. I mean, you don't have to bet very much to bet this double, but I did use a couple of horses, Bruckner and Hess. A lot of us like Hess a lot in race number 6. That's where this begins. I'm just going to use those two, and then I like a price in race number 7. And she is going to be sort of the key to the value of this play. You start with a couple of shorter prices, and then you lead into a horse that has a much bigger value to her. It's a good way to loop them together, because you can't put her in the Pick 5. You can't add her just because you want to. So if you do like her a little bit, jump on board with this, and you can play it for as much as you want. That daily double starts in race number 6. You just call it 4-8 with 1. Simple. Just make room in your pockets. There's going to be cash coming.
Lots of money if that thing hits. Now, let's head down to the paddock, to the hot tub, to Today at the Races. It's brought to you by Touchdown Tile. Paul Allen, Kevin Gorg, they're up next. Best of luck.
Going on, and welcome to Canterbury Park. Great to see everybody back. This will be day one of our spring-summer season. He's Kevin Gorg. I'm Paul Allen. You've already heard from the likes of Jeff Madej and Angela Herman. We make up the steam team, so we've been steam-free with selections and thoughts about picking winners at Canterbury Park for quite some time. That all changes today. On behalf of the television department, which is second to none, our management team, and everybody here serving you at Canterbury. Speaking for Kevin, I know you're excited, and so am I, and good to see you.
Great to see you, PA, and fun to see the fans back at the racetrack with so many familiar faces. It's such a fun time of the year to be outdoors in Minnesota. As we know, we only get 3 or 4 months. This is my favorite outdoor sport. And, I miss everybody. And it's like a family upstairs in that press box. We all find our little spot. Oracle's in his far corner of the couch. Jeff's in the office. Teddy P back in the office. It's good fun. And the race card tonight to kick the season off is spectacular. 68 horses after scratch in terms of racing for 8 races. And we're on the heels of horse racing being pretty relevant, PA. Huge numbers at the Kentucky Derby, highest rated Kentucky Derby all time on TV, the biggest betting in Louisville. And even though the ratings were down a touch with no Derby winner at the Preakness, with all the drama from journalism having that incredible trip in the stretch, now social media has blown up and horse racing really becoming right out there front and center as we tackle NBA playoffs and the Twins and everything else that we're going to be up against here this summer. I think horse racing's in a good spot. 2 weeks from today, we'll see the Belmont Stakes from Saratoga out in New York. So, yeah, I'm excited.
All right, now with the Belmont Stakes, is it anticipated the Derby winner could be meeting the Preakness winner?
Yes.
If so, that'd be unbelievable.
It'd be awesome. And that's what
Wow.
we think we're going to get with sovereignty and journalism. And they both look like extremely, extremely talented 3-year-olds. It's got to play out every year. We get to the Derby, we'll see how these horses develop. But they both look like stars coming into Kentucky. They ran 1-2 there, and then journalism. What I saw in Baltimore a week ago was just incredible. How that horse won with that kind of traffic and being 4 or 5 lengths in the rears with a furlong and a half to go to make up that kind of ground after being cold stopped. Remarkable athlete, and it gets you excited because we're going to see some tight finishes. We've got turf racing here. We opened up a little later this year. Normally we open up weekend of the Preakness, so now we've got turf racing. We've got perfect weather, and we're going to get paid tonight.
And also we have a bevy of new jockeys and trainers here, but specifically jockeys. I was just in the jockeys room and where the Silks are, the Silks room, praying for and with the jockeys before day number 1. And as they filtered in, we have Kelsey Haar, we have Eduardo Gallardo. We have some with whom we're familiar from last year at Canterbury, but here comes Carlo Lopez, and he hasn't been here in a couple of years. Harry Hernandez, a 2-time champion jockey. He wasn't here last year. Harry's back. Leandro Consalves. And for old schoolers at Canterbury, all the way back to, I think it was 2015, Leandro was a leading rider here and one of the better turf riders that I can remember in the last 10 years of racing at Canterbury. We have a Geraldo, Victor Santiago's here. We have a bunch of new jockeys, man.
Yeah, and I think we benefit as horse players from having a deeper jockey colony. It's more competitive. So when you're looking to find a horse that isn't favored, a 10, 12, 15 to 1 shot, have confidence that you're going to have a jockey that can get the job done. And remember, these men and women who risk their lives every day on horseback to get the job done really don't get paid unless they win. So they're riding just like we are as we're watching that race with our tickets in our hand with everything on the line. And it's so much fun to watch when you got a 15 or 20 to 1 shot in a turf race and you turn for home and you're like, oh my goodness, my horse has a legitimate shot here. And so, yeah, this is a terrific, deep, and talented pool of jockeys, and I think it's going to make for a better racing product. And we have big fields, which we do. Their responsibilities get magnified. The bigger the field, the tougher it can be as far as negotiating a trip without getting stopped or checked or bumped or wide.
Yeah.
And so watch the way these men and women ride and pick out your favorite and look for some value.
And in closing, before we start capping the 8 races today, these turf races, okay? Now, these, as Kevin has here, I have the same things, past performances, daily racing form, Brisnet, whatever you use. You don't even have to know how to read those to take advantage of what I'm about to say. Because he said turf racing and it triggered a thought. Is watch these turf races back, specifically when we have 7, 8, 9, 10 or more horses, okay? Here's why. Because turf riding is not for everybody. When the gates pop on the main track, the majority of jockeys, shooting ducks as they call it, they come out, they need speed. Canterbury Park's turf course is nationally recognized. It's been well respected since it was the Lou Elkin turf course back in the Canterbury Downs days. The turns are wide. The timing of moves is a little different here than Turf Paradise and other places. So like I said, you don't have to know how to read the past performances to watch back a turf race and say, that horse probably shouldn't have been in that spot. That horse just went 5 wide around all the turns, and mark those horses down and wait for them to run again. That's how you can cash with some of these new jockeys and everybody we have here at Canterbury Park. Kevin analyzes the races in the paddock along with Angela Herman. I call the races, and on behalf of our press box and the TV department, we're here to serve you. So let's get the STEAM team going and see what we can do.
Let's dig in.
What we do is we talk through each race in cursory fashion. We'll give you the top 3 we like. If there are horses here we are betting to win, we will tell you that, and that's pretty much what Kevin and I, or when Angela joins, we do with Today at the Races, provided by Touchdown Tile and touchdowntile.com. No scratches in the first race. 1, 2, 3 for me. It's 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, one of those races where you've got Minnesota-bred maidens. So a lot of these horses that have raced are coming off a layoff, so they haven't raced in a while. Some have had a prep race somewhere else against open company, like the two BL40 who ran at Oaklawn Park in Arkansas. And you really have to kind of manage what your expectations are and where these horses have been and what they're going to do. But for all of us that handicap on a regular basis and have so for years, Mac Robertson's pretty tried and true when it comes to winning races here and pointing horses to this meet in Minnesota. I'll give you a quick stat. He's 29% when he has a Minnesota bred that's debuting in a sprint. 29% in a game where 10% is kind of the benchmark of doing good things. That's nearly triple. Now, I don't love the inside spot in a sprint for a horse that's making her debut, which IC Gold is. So that's going to make the responsibility back to the jockeys. And this jockey happens to be Harry Hernandez. In the early stages, very critical. If you don't get out of that gate in good order and those outside horses cross over, it's probably something this horse has never seen with those morning workouts. This is a horse that's never raced in a real race. So, first-time starter, good numbers, great jockey in Harry Hernandez, but the play is all about Mac Robertson. The 6 and 2 both make great sense. The 6 has racing experience, and I don't even look at that Oaklawn race. I just know that with a Minnesota bred, when BL40 debuted back in April in Arkansas, they weren't looking to win that race. They were looking to win a race in Minnesota with the built-up purse for Minnesota breds, 1, 6, and 2.
Yep, Harry rides that inside filly. Harry has a new baby, and the baby's name is Harley, so he's going to ride the hair off that filly to get, if anything, some formula money. Race number 2, and we have no scratches here. We have 7 battling. We're still on the main track. Angela goes with number 1, Laconia. Kevin and I are on different horses. KG likes number 4, Birdie Be Gone. Why?
It's the horse for the course, man. I love taking a look at daily racing form, going back and seeing who this race competed against and how this horse has done in Shakopee. 13 starts on our main track, 5 wins, in good form, drops out of a stakes race, probably a prep race to get ready for this meet. Another Minnesota bred that maybe got a fitness tightener out of the way at Will Rogers. And we get 5-1. And we'll see what Vergara can do for Mikey Beeler. The 1 is the horse to catch and probably the horse to beat. Harry Hernandez on Laconia. And I'll use the 2 Unrivaled Queen as a horse that might get lost in the wagering. I see 5-2 in the morning line, but I see that this horse might get kind of lost in the shuffle. We'll see. Who do you like?
I like number 5, Raven's Quest. I pick at 5-1-7. Trainer Jose Silva Jr. traditionally wins a bunch of races here. He's a high percentage guy. Fausto da Silva was a jockey with whom I got familiar last year. And with Fausto, you can trust him. I mean, he's one of those riders where if you want, like, say your max bet's $20, if you want to make a max bet on somebody and feel good about it, you're going to get a good ride from Fausto. So when you put those two together and you kind of break down the deduction that Fausto rides for Jose. So I'm going to make the assumption he rides first call. The ROI is good. Jose just claimed this horse. First time with a claim. His ROI is not great, but 20% winning would do okay, and this won't be a favorite. But generally speaking, I like the races that this mare comes out of. So therefore, I'm going to take Raven's Quest first. In the vault is looking to win 4 in a row. There's another compelling factor here. Birdie Be Gone, Kevin's horse. This horse won here at Canterbury Park, I believe, right around the same time, right?
Yeah.
In fact, opening day, right. So the way they timed this one up for this season, I like that. But it's going to be 5-1-7 for me. I'm going to make a win bet on the number 5, Raven's Quest. Let's get on to the third race. We have 8 this evening. And we have food options all throughout Canterbury, each of the 3 levels. Also in the casino, food options there. My son, Senor Smiley's working at Chip's Bar inside the casino if you want to go say hello. Let's get to that turf course now. Rail out 20 feet, okay? In your programs, you'll see turf rail at 20 feet. For those who don't understand what that means, what does it mean?
Okay, they move the rail around to make sure that the grass they're running on is the best part of the turf course. The more the rail comes out, the more it tends to matter if your horse has speed and if your horse is saving ground. If that rail is out 20 feet, it's fairly significant. When we get out to the middle of summer and that rail comes out further, pay more attention. But turf racing to me always comes down, especially at a distance like this where they're going to go around 2 turns. When you look at in your racing form or your program and you see it's a 1-mile race, they're going to make a full lap on that turf course. Turf racing's all about saving ground and saving energy. And so which horses get the trip tend to win races. And as you know, calling they're usually very close finishes. So every split-second decision these jockeys make comes down to matter with who's going to cash those bets. All that being said, I've got a horse that's going to be a price, that's going to save ground, and has some natural speed. That's the one test pilot with Quinones. I think this horse gets a great trip, ships in from Tampa, hasn't been doing great things on the dirt, but if you go back in both the turf and synthetic form, it's good enough. It's the old ship and dip, and I think this horse gets a wonderful trip. The 7 is the horse to beat, no question. Harry Hernandez is really well mounted. If you're just out here with your program making notes, and you're going to do some exactas, the front 2 finishers, or trifectas, the front 3 finishers, you're going to want to take a look at Harry Hernandez in almost every one of his races. No different here. I go 1, 7, and 9.
And I go 10, 5, 7, and here's why. With all due respect to Spotty's top pick, 30 seconds out, we have that Silva Jr. Fausto da Silva hookup. So let's see if that thing gets hot tonight, because horse racing is a cyclical game. Trainers and jockeys seem to win and have it go the other way in bunches. Now, before I talk about number 10, number 5, West Island, my second pick. Angela, part of the Steam team, took that one. That one genuinely scares me. Eddie G knows this turf course well, and he's a wonderful speed rider on a horse who has early speed on this turf course. And West Island, top 2 at Canterbury, 2 for 2, and likewise the distance on the turf, and made some money here at Canterbury last year. I took that one second. With all that said, Thick Hayes is a veteran who also is interesting to me. The 30 seconds out won his last turf try at Canterbury Park. So I look at some of the races and how the horse has been running, and Da Silva got on this horse last time, made a bold move, and actually looked like the horse was going to win for a second, then stopped. I think with a little time off and at some pretty good odds for Silva Jr. and Fausto da Silva, I'm going to make a little win bet on this one, 10, 5, 7. Race number 4. Oh, by the way, the pick 5. All right, we have a change. I should have mentioned this earlier. Race number 2 is when the 10% pick 5 begins, okay? It's only 50 cents. 10%, that's our take. It's the lowest in the country of all pick 5s at every racetrack, so it really benefits the players. Hit races 2 through 6. Use as many or as few horses in each pick 5 race as you want, and the pick 5 pools are generally pretty good, and the payoffs are really, really good. It begins race 2. Onward, we zip along to race number 4. This one goes 8-7-5 for me, 8-7-5 for me. I got Coach Sam P on top.
Yeah, fun race to handicap. And as you know, last year, fans, we started 7 furlong races right out of the chute, right-hand corner of the track. And if you remember last year, speed or horses near the lead dominated these 7 furlong efforts. And so I'm on the 2 here, 2 Stormy Oceans. I go back to Padilla and Quinones, a combination I can trust, a horse with natural speed. Been showing speed going longer at Tampa. I think the horse will appreciate a couple things. First of all, cutting back in distance because the horse has been getting tired in the late stages of those races, and then having faced better competition. Maiden 10 at Tampa is just significantly better than Maiden 75 here. So I've got the 2 on top. The 3 and 6 will be my horses underneath.
For me, I'm taking horses who come from Oaklawn Park, who really, with all due respect, have not been doing much at all. But number 8, Coach Sam P, trained by Ron Westerman. Ron, and I'm not a lightning strikes twice guy, but Ron, at big prices, won 2 races last year on opening day.
Yep.
I think he's going to do the same thing today. Here's the reason with Coach Sam P. We put the blinkers on, and I'm just hoping that a return to the blinkers where the horse actually showed a little speed sprinting in Louisiana turns the horse around a little bit. Betting 5-year-old maidens, I mean, you're on your own with that. But nevertheless, there are no world beaters in here. So I sense an upset in this race, and we'll pick it 8, 7, and 5. All right, to the 5th race now. And this is a turf race. And this one's quite interesting. I thought races 3 and 5 were absolutely fantastic. War Chest. The old 10-year-old War Chest trying to win 3 in a row. We remember him from last year.
Yeah, he loves Canterbury, man. 20 starts on this turf, 5 wins, 5 seconds, so he's almost always in the mix. I don't love the post. It's a big field, and Castellanos, who's been on him for his last 2 victories out in Arizona, should know exactly when to press the button. My question will be, can he save any ground? When you've got a field like this and you're coming from off the pace, which is what War Chest does. He likes to sit mid-pack or further behind and make one run. he's going to have to find a way to duck inside and then get lucky and find an opening, and then at some point get that horse into open space. But it's a wonderful betting race. If you like exactas and tries, maybe you want to try that 10-cent super. Race 5 is a great place to do it. With 11 horses, I see some double-digit contenders. I go 8, 10, and 4. I think the 3 is an interesting long shot. I think the 11 outside, who Track Phantom has. Track Phantom's an awesome handicapper. This is probably the best betting race on the card. That's race 5.
Well, number 2, Super Wise. I mean, Gary Shearer here owns and trains the horse, and we're looking at 0 for 11, winning at Canterbury on the turf. But Super Wise has been close and done some things at decent odds.
Yeah.
Second, third, maybe fourth for the Superfecta. And Kevin mentions the Superfecta. For those of you new to Canterbury, or maybe you can't remember, you haven't been here in a while, we have an information center, an information desk on level 1. I saw T-Pop over there, all right? So if you have a question on what's an exacta, trifecta, pick 5, pick 4, superfecta, T-Pop knows her way around all these bets. She can explain them for you, and maybe that'll help you with your evening at Canterbury. Race 5, I took War Chest first. Like the old guy, us old guys stick together. 8, 7, and 2. Yep, Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, or as Brian Aragoni once called the Minnesota bred, Cousin Vinny's a Canuck. This one, 3 for 8, top 2 at the distance and at Canterbury, and 4th off a layoff. Saw improvement last time. Harry jumps off, kind of negative on that. But nevertheless, Guillermo G-Rod, I mean, G-Rod's going to be a fantastic rider this year. So I think this race is kind of wide open, and I pick it 8, 7, and 2, 8, 7, and 2. Race number 6, opening night at Canterbury Park. Welcome, everybody. You mentioned the turf course. And here's another for hardcores, more so for those who come out here a lot, is we haven't run on this dirt or this turf since last September. So therefore, you can watch some races and see, whoa, horses going to the lead for whatever the reason, they're not holding on, even with lonely leads. The main track, the turf course, and the way it's going to play tonight, that's kind of a mystery.
It is, and you have to kind of keep an eye on it because the track with the weather changes week by week. So see what you can find tonight. See if you can find any patterns, hot jockeys, the way the track is playing. And then you got to watch out for steam. We talked about the steam team.
Here they come.
Every single race card, there's a horse that gets steamed.
Uh-huh.
So if you were coming to the track tonight, opening night, you're like really excited.
Yeah.
Race 6 to bet the 8 Hess. You see the morning line here.
Can't wait.
Is a juicy 8-1. I'm going to break your heart early.
Can't
to
wait.
Save you from some agony later.
Stop that.
This horse will not be 8-1.
Oh, that's fine.
There's a better chance the horse is going to be 8-5.
I thought you were going to say keep your hands in your pocket.
No,
and
I
don't
love
bet.
the horse. I did a $90
we're down to 3
pick
racing
5.
days, and we got some 7 race cards. No, please bet more.
I did a $90 pick 5 singled to this horse. So I'm not backing down, but let me just tell you the amount of public handicappers that are on this 8-1 shot. That's Angela, awesome. PA, myself, Jeff Bidet, Track Phantom.
The Ogre.
Our Ogre, Superstats Dave with that great green tip sheet that's now $3 and the best value on the planet. We all have Hess.
Yes.
So 8-1 is long gone. You can swallow 8-5, have some fun. I've got the race 8, 6, and 4. I singled it, so I do love the horse, but buyer beware on the price.
8-6-1 for me. This was me getting nostalgic with trainer Ronnie Westerman.
Lightning twice.
Who doesn't? I mean, with all due respect, I love Ron, but he's not winning 100 races a year nationwide. He's not competing with Brad Cox in allowance races at Churchill. Ron won 2 opening day last year, and I see him winning 2 opening night tonight. So
I love it.
It's my second Ronnie Westerman here, and it's 8-1 on the morning line. Really,
No chance.
I mean, there's no chance it'll be that. However, I didn't pick the horse for that reason. I picked the horse for the early speed. We got a cut back here. We come from the Glitzy Oaklawn circuit.
Yeah, I love the horse.
Circuit, and we got G-Rod, and we got Ronnie winning twice, and Lightning striking twice. 8-6-1. That's super cool. Dr. Dan's Daily Double is a race day by race day thing, and it begins races 7 and 8 with the double on the turf, and we have no scratches or rider changes here. 10-3-1. I pick it 10-3-1. I got factored that with former leading rider Leandro Gonçalves. Kevin's on number 6, Church Pew.
Yeah, another great betting race. How about the race card tonight? This is another turf race with double-digit horses getting in the gate. Here's a number for you. Trainer Cody Rosine, when he lays horses off 6 months or more, 31%. Church Pew has proven, won last year in Chicago at 30-1.
Hold on here. I've done this today at the Races Show with you a million times for a lot of years. Where are you getting these rock star percentages? Oh, the ones that are straight on the PPs?
Most of them are right in the form, and I look at that and I say 6 months or longer is a hard layoff. Most trainers usually need a race or two to get their horse fully fit. And here's Cody Rosine popping at 31%. And here's a horse that ran here last year, didn't have a lot of success, but now we face softer competition.
Got it.
We won in Chicago last year at 30 million to 1, and we're a closer in a race that is, I think, got enough pace up front. I go 6-5-3. I think Church Pew gets the job done.
And remember, after this race, watch it back. You can also watch it. You can find our replays online, probably via YouTube. Watch these turf races back. I'm telling you, you can mark horses down off trouble trips, and then when they run again, you can have stable mail, I think, at DRF, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, stable mail. So get into DRF.
Equibase, DRF.
There you go. And when they run again, come back and smash. That's how you make money on trouble trips. Race number 7, I went with number 10, factor that. Tony Rengstorff, one of the best trainers the last 20 years at Canterbury Park. The winning percentage into the season needs to increase and will. Tony's just
He's a great trainer.
way too good to be below 10%. He'll be up around 15 by the end of the year. And this one comes from Lone Star. Would love to tell you what Lone Star Racing looks like, but because of some HISA clip, we're never able to watch it.
That's right.
So let's go to the previous races. Oh, that's right. Same thing at Sam Houston. So I haven't watched the replays back, but I like Speed. I like Gonsalves on this turf course. I like Jermaine Bridgemahan on this turf course a lot, specifically when it comes to the timing of moves with outsiders in wide open races, just hitting the board or winning. So I'm going 10-3-1 here, 10-3-1. I got Harry splitting Leandro and Jermaine, 10-3-1. All right, the final race is the Chasers race. And if you're stuck, the Chaser's going to tell you in patented Chaser fashion, find a favorite and double whatever you've bet during the entire day. 5-1-3.
Oh, boy. Yeah, the favorite in this race always looks like he's going to win and just kind of hangs around.
Yes.
I'm going for Lone Speed. It's a very conspicuous spot for the 3, Hoot Owl Hoot. But I think Cody Rosine's got a chance to take that late double down. I think Harry gets loose on the front end. I know the horse likes the track. The horse won first asking last year, so off the bench doesn't scare me. He's a 3-year-old. I just think in this race, if all things are equal, Hoot Owl Hoot's going to be long gone in the front. I go 3-5-1.
The owners and the connections for the first race this spring, summer at Canterbury Park are assembling in the paddock behind us. The horses came in about 10 minutes ago back to get saddled. They'll be in the paddock shortly. Then our jockeys will come out, and we wish nothing but God's love and safety to all of our riders this entire season. And we thank you very much for coming out to Canterbury and not only supporting us, but having a beautiful Saturday night, opening night. And if you would like to come out again or learn about the concerts we have here, we had the Beach Boys here last Thursday. Go to CanterburyPark.com. He's Kevin. I'm Paul. Best of luck this evening. Thanks for joining.
Well done.
We are 3 minutes from race time. They're on the track for the first 2025 racing at Canterbury Park. Ladies and gentlemen, racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Apple Autos, Tri-State Bobcat, Jim Beam, John Deere, Quick Trip, Loeffler, Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Anheuser-Busch, and Pepsi. A special happy birthday to Jay. Jay and his group celebrating with us in the Cabanas. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, they nearly are at the starting gate for the first of 8 opening day at Canterbury Park. We thank one of our longtime sponsors, Loeffler, for returning with sponsorship this spring, summer at Canterbury. We thank you for your partnership, and we thank you for your patronage, stopping by Canterbury, where we race tomorrow at 1 o'clock. It's family day per usual. We also have Bulldog racing tomorrow. And if you're looking for something to do Monday, we have Memorial Day racing. The complete schedule and routes to saving money on admission at CanterburyPark.com. I See Gold is the only one debuting. The debutante is favored. They're in the gate. They're in the gate. And boom! The 2025 Canterbury Park racing season is in the air, and she's just divine with a killer crossover, gets down to the inside and has a 2-length lead. Middle of the backstretch as they approach the far turn. It is She's Just Divine and Daylor Barrios Lopez returning to Canterbury Park. Molly's Mia, the rider, has the yellow cap, a narrow second. That favorite, I See Gold, is last, but beginning to run on about 6 out of it. Right behind, Take Charge Lila. Outside of that, Grace Alace at 0 for 18, making a move. Molly's Mia between them. BL40 sneaking through on the inside. They have a quarter of a mile to go. The first 2025 at CBY. Up goes BL40. BL40 and Eddie G. Eduardo Gallardo at 4-1. Now, Molly's Mia gets into action on the outside. This one is 10-1, trying to begin 2025 with an upset. I See Gold, the firster, can run a bit to the inside. BL40 holding them all at bay. Favorite inside, long shot outside. BL40. I See Gold gets the gold. Former champion jockey Harry Hernandez back in the winner's circle after just one. Some excitement and a little razzmatazz after just one. It requires a photo. Photography required for the first of 8 opening day. Canterbury Park. They're splitting acey-deucey. We have an answer. The first opening day at Canterbury goes to number 1. I See Gold in time. 1, 2, 4, 6.
The 2025 Canterbury Park racing season is in the air, and She's Just Divine with a killer crossover gets down to the inside and has a 2-length lead. Middle of the back stretches, they approach the far turn. It is She's Just Divine and Daylor Barrios Lopez returning to Canterbury Park. Molly's Mia, the rider, has the yellow cap, a narrow second. That favorite Icy Gold is last, but beginning to run on about 6 out of it. Right behind Take Charge Lila. Outside of that, Grace Alace at 0 for 18 making a move. Molly's Mia between them. BL40 sneaking through on the inside. They have a quarter of a mile to go. The first 2025 at CBY. Up goes BL40. BL40 and Eddie G. Eduardo Gallardo at 4-1. Now Molly's Mia gets into action on the outside. This one is 10-1, trying to begin 2025 with an upset. Icy Gold, the firster, can run a bit to the inside. BL40 holding them all at bay. Favorite inside, long shot outside. BL40. Icy Gold gets the gold. Former champion jockey Harry Hernandez back in the winner's circle after just one. Some excitement and a little razzmatazz. Canterbury Park's Pick 5 begins in 15 minutes, 10% takeout.
That's right. That pick 5 does start in about 15 minutes. And there's a ticket that I put together, a little bigger than usual for me, at $72, starting with a few in here, 1, 4, and 7. They are taking a bit of money. Birdie Be Gone is your current favorite, but I put Laconia on top. Laconia hasn't started here before, but comes off a decent set of races at Tampa that didn't find her getting out of the gate so well. I think if she and Harry Hernandez can get out quick, he very well could sweep the early double on the rail runners. And we're moving over to the turf for the first time this season. Race number 3, that was a wide open affair. I had to go 4 deep to cover myself. And even though on top I do have West Island, you had to take some horses that might come from off the pace. Tactic, course specialist Thick Haze, and Speedster 30 seconds out could make things interesting on the front end. I thought maybe one could slip away from the other, so I included both the 5 and the 10, which should be in close attendance to the pace. Now just 6 and 8, I cut things down in race number 4 because both Aeromax and Coach Sam P, I think, will be pretty short prices on the board. Aeromax, of course, has a lot of starts under his belt, but most of those were in California. We can give him a little pass for those. Now getting to the 5th race back on the turf, 3, 8, and 10 for me. I didn't use a whole bunch of prices in there. I thought that Sarge's Sermon would be able to maybe get the jump on some of the big favorites in there coming from further off the pace like a War Chest. He'll need some luck from that post, but Sarge's Sermon certainly has the record over the Canterbury grass to pull a mild upset. With just 2 in my final leg, Bruckner and the very well fancied Hess. That gets you to a $72 ticket. It's a 50-cent minimum bet, 10% takeout, and to take you more through the first leg of it, going off in 13 minutes, Kevin Gorg is in the paddock.
All right, welcome out to the paddock. My name is Kevin Gorg. I'll be with you throughout most of the afternoon, opening day. Welcome back to Canterbury. Good to see Mac Robertson get back on the beam as he does every season here at Canterbury. One of our very best Hall of Famer, Harry Hernandez, with an excellent ride. When you see a horse that's making a debut fall back that far and then have to weave through horses, great training job, obviously, but a really heady ride by Double H, Harry Hernandez. Before we analyze the first race of that big pick 5, do note inside the glass doors by the paddock here, you'll see a table and some poppies. Those are donations and poppies you can wear proudly to support the men and women that sacrifice so much for our freedom here in the United States. It is Memorial Day weekend. They'll be here all weekend, and if you can help out, that'd be wonderful. Let's talk about the pick 5. It's a game of survival, and if you're new to betting the horses, it's a math equation, and if you continue to pick the winners, when the 5-race sequence is over, there's thousands and thousands of dollars in there. The people that have all 5 winners split the pot. So let's say we had $100,000 in our pick 5 wager and 4 lucky customers hit the pick 5. They would each cash for around $25,000. Ticket cost is simple. It's a math equation, as I mentioned. Let's say you like 2 horses in every race. You go 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 and by 2. That's 32 times 50 cents, which is a $16 bet. You can use as many or as few horses, and if you can survive all 5, you split the pot. Many times it pays hundreds, more often thousands. And what a race. I think all 7. Look at the betting. You can tell early on with the money coming in how evenly dispersed the cash is. The one horse has Harry Hernandez riding and speed, and that's always a good thing. This is Laconia for the Arnett gang in from Tampa. Tampa shippers traditionally do very, very well at Canterbury. They run on a deep, tiring surface. It's a competitive meet. Horses that ship in from Tampa Bay Downs year in and year out mop up at Canterbury, but specifically early in the meet. The 2 is Unrivaled Queen. I think this horse could get forgotten in the wagering. 5-2, set by a professional that does our morning line. I agree with the morning line maker. This horse should not be 6-1 right now. She's got versatility. She's won twice here at Canterbury. She's been facing Stakes Company out in Arizona. I think she's a sleeper here. I will use her on my ticket. You can see I've got her 3rd. She looks good out here in the paddock too. Number 3 is In the Vault. You want to know how good this race is? In the Vault comes in off 3 consecutive wins, and right now one of the biggest priced horses in the field, 7-1. This is an awesome betting race. considering there are only 7 options for you. And In the Vault has stalking speed. So she'll sit maybe a couple lengths off those leaders and look to make her winning move around that far turn. She knows how to win, too. 8 wins from 38 career starts. That gorgeous gray you're seeing is my top pick in the race. That is Birdie Be Gone. Vergara gets the call for Mikey Beeler. A tightener last time at Will Rogers Downs. 5 career wins at Canterbury. She likely will be up near the pace, but doesn't need the lead. And she looks beautiful down here in the paddock. I like the muscle. I like the hindquarters with some dappling. I think Birdie Be Gone has a real shot here, and the fans agree. 5-1 morning line, not happening right now. 2-1, and your lukewarm favorite. 5 is Raven's Quest. This is Paul Allen's tout. Paul was super hot last year, opening weekend with price horses. De Silva gets the call off the claim. This trainer is 20%. A horse that should sit maybe a length or 2 off and try to make a winning move. Juicy price, too, at 7-1. 6 is Lady Astrid. Johnny the Mouse Mickelson's been waiting all day for this one. He went to the ATM around noon to get cash to bet Kelsey Har for Bobby Klein. Loves the track. Speed-filled race. Expect the 6 to try to come in late and steal all the cash. And number 7 is Smooching. Carlo Lopez gets the call for Ryan Kenny. Back-to-back wins with this jockey aboard, and I love the outside post. We call it the attack post. She's got route speed. I think she'll get a wonderful trip, and she deserves a bunch of respect on the board at 4-1. Great betting race. The pick 5 starts here. Don't get shut out on that pick 5. You could score for a huge ticket here. And when you're betting at Canterbury, specifically this weekend, why not give the First Bet app a try? You'll never wait in a line. Stop by the info center, download the app. While you're on the property, you can bet from your phone and never get out of your chair. The First Bet app, the early pick 5, and race number 2, Fillies and Mares at the gate in around 8. And then they're going to get it on.
Hello from the winner's circle. Everybody having a good time on opening night? Yeah, all right. Now let's see. Before we try to win the second, we're going to try to win some concert tickets for a little bit later in the summer. Who do I have playing with me tonight?
My name's Oliver.
All right, Oliver, did you win the first race? Are you ready to win some more?
I did not, so I'm ready for my first one of the night.
All right, let's see if we can make that happen with a couple of tickets to Celebrating Meatloaf. Now, it's coming Friday, June 6th, and all you have to do is answer a trivia question correctly about Meatloaf. And if you get that right, we'll try to upgrade you to the pit with a bonus question. So let's take a look at the board and see what our first question is for the evening. Which of these hit songs from the 90s was originally sung by the original Meatloaf? Losing My Religion, I'd Do Anything for Love, Wonderwall, or D, Iris? What do you think? What's an original Meatloaf song?
I'm going to go with B, I'd Do Anything for Love.
Is it B, TV? Of course it is. Well done, well done. I'd Do Anything for Love is the correct answer. Now, you are going to have to finish the lyric from that song. We're going to put up a little snippet of that. And if you can complete that lyric, you are going to the pit. You are going to be front and center to see Celebrating Meatloaf. I would do anything for love, blank, but I just won't do that. Is it A, I'd cross the stars and skies above? I'd face the fire and take the fall? Or C, anything you've been dreaming of?
I'm going to take a wild guess here, but I'm going to go with C, anything you've been dreaming of.
Is he going to the pit? You're going to the pit. Congratulations, Oliver. Nice answering. We will see you for Meatloaf. If you want to join him, possibly down in the pit, check out CanterburyPark.com today and check out all of our concerts coming this summer. Well done.
Thank you.
Approaching the gate for the pick 5. All righty now. They have reached the starting gate and are moving into it for the second opening day at Canterbury Park.
And he was telling me something in the paddock about him in the gate.
Two behind the gate for the second of 8 opening day. 10% pick 5 wagering, lowest in the nation. Year 31 of racing at Canterbury Park, racing in Minnesota. Opened in the mid-'80s as Canterbury Downs. 1995, the first year of racing at Canterbury Park. And Smooching will be the last to go in for the second. And they're racing, and they broken a line. Raven's Quest comes out flashing good speed with Fausto da Silva. Now Laconia with Harry Hernandez trying to win the first two, and that one skips all the way up to the lead. It is Laconia in hand and in command. Unrivaled Queen is sneaking through to the inside of Raven's Quest, who outbroke the field but now is being shoved on. Smooching looks to win 3 in a row, but will have to do so wide. Circumnavigating the other 3 with 3/8 to go. In the vault in search of 4 in a row, languishing a tad 6 out of it, and Laconia cruises along with a 2-length lead, and the rider has not asked the horse to run. After that, the Arky Lady Astrid, 10 out of it, overtaken by Birdie Begone, who's running on the inside. And now they charge down the Canterbury Park stretch. It is Laconia trying to keep one's wild opening night at Canterbury. Unrivaled Queen, that 2 still second best on the wrong lead as Laconia is in the right place. The winner's circle. Harry sweeps the double. 1, 2, 5 in the second. Laconia's Canterbury Park debut is a winning one. 1, 2, 5, 4 in 111.57. Those numbers are unofficial, so kindly retain all mutual tickets until the results of this, the second, or any race at Canterbury goes official. To the chance of Harry. Here comes Laconia. And the second is official. ounce can of Budweiser beer purchased here at the park, $1 is donated to the Folds of Honor Foundation. Let's make a difference, and thank you. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Raven's Quest comes out flashing good speed with Fausto da Silva. Now Laconia with Harry Hernandez trying to win the first two, and that one skips all the way up to the lead. It is Laconia in hand and in command. Unrivaled Queen is sneaking through to the inside of Raven's Quest, who outbroke the field but now is being shoved on. Smooching looks to win 3 in a row, but will have to do so wide. Circumnavigating the other 3 with 3/8 to go. In the vault in search of 4 in a row, languishing a tad, 6 out of it, and Laconia cruises along with a 2-length lead, and the rider has not asked the horse to run. After that, the Archie Lady Astrid, 10 out of it, overtaken by Birdie Begone, who's running on the inside. And now they charge down the Canterbury Park stretch. It is Laconia trying to keep one's wild opening night at Canterbury. Unrivaled Queen, that 2 still second best on the wrong lead as Laconia is in the right place. The winner's circle. Harry sweeps the double. 1-2-5 in the second.
start things off in the meet. And now we'll go to the turf course, maybe change some things up, maybe get a bigger price out of it. It's almost guaranteed with this third race field. Good luck if you are continuing on those pick fives. We'll get right into this one because it is a capacity cast. Just an owner change on the 3. No other changes to report of. So let's start with Test Pilot on the rail. This is Kevin Gorg's pick, and Test Pilot is going to bring his speed to the table. There isn't an overabundance of it in this group, and that's why I ended up with a horse that I think will be in the leading ranks, but maybe not winging it on the front end. And that has been a successful thing for Test Pilot in our past. He has seen this turf course 6 times. He's won once, but he hasn't run on the turf in an awfully long time. Could be just what the doctor ordered to get him back in a winning mood. And right now, Test Pilot is 6-1. You get double that price on Crafty King next door. And Crafty King has experience over our turf course as well, but he hasn't made up a whole bunch of ground in the late stages of any of those 4 prior tries. I'm going to take a pass on him today just because of the pace setup. I wanted horses that would be a little bit closer. Sometimes Crafty King puts himself a little behind the 8 ball, gives himself a lot to do late in the lane, and he could be a useful horse coming late. If that's what you're in the market for, this is definitely a good pick for you. Robo, the 3, is the one that I mentioned, does have an owner change, but he too has speed, just like Test Pilot on the inside. He is going to bring that up to Canterbury for the first time, though. The 2 to his inside have run over this grass before. He has not, but Robo still brings in a good set of races to this, including a win 2 back. This is pretty close to that class level. It was starter optional claimers. But Robo still did that in clear, commanding fashion while setting decent fractions, too. It's not like he was lollygagging along on the front end. He is going to be tough to run down, but I thought he might take just enough pressure where a horse from just out of things might be able to take advantage. Redisser, much different than that. Redisser did find himself close to the pace last time, but usually was a horse that had fallen just a little bit further out of things in the early stages. Like I said, I was looking for somebody with just a little bit more to them early on. Redisser looks nice out in the paddock. I will definitely say that, and Leslie Mong is going to team up with him. He does have some experience up here at Canterbury, but it's all been on our main track up to this point. Right next to him is 7-1 West Island. This is the direction that I went in here because West Island, for all the running that he has done in his home state of Minnesota, has only tried our turf twice. Both times it's gone very well. Of course, one was a sprint, but the last time we saw him do this last August, he came in with a good second. He was only beaten a few lengths by Papa Rizzo. And if that name sounds familiar to you, it's because Papa Rizzo has won quite a few races on our turf. You don't lose much in defeat to him, and he did surround that second place finish with a couple of wins on the main track. Glendale next door to him. Plenty of tries on this turf course, but still 0 for 7 thus far as getting his picture taken. He's got a lot of pieces to him, not a whole bunch of wins to go with those starts, though. Just 3 for 35 up to this point. He's not a horse that you can dismiss. He's just a horse that's a little bit hard to trust on top. I did use him in second. I thought he might be a bit better price than West Island. Right now, he is a 12-1. That is one of the values that you're seeing in this group. And even again, if you don't like him on top, use him in exactas, trifectas, supers. This is a good horse that keeps himself in the race, just hasn't always come up with the final decision. 2-1 is the price that you get on Sync Tactic just to his outside. Harry Hernandez tries to sweep the first 3 races of our season. This is one off the claim for Isaiah Ortiz. He is 3 for 27 himself, but some of that best form has been very recently, and the son of Nyquist is looking to pick up his winning ways. Harry was in the saddle 2 races ago for that win. That was on the turf. Lots to like about him, and that's why he is your 2-1 favorite. Oh, great. Next door is going to try to pick up another win. It's been a little bit longer since he has seen the winner's circle. He's another one that gets a lot of pieces. Oh, great, should keep himself in the race. And Barrios Lopez has some options with him as to where he would want to be placed early on. The rails are out. That should definitely help with this horse being able to save some ground and stay close. Thick Hayes has won 8 times over this turf course. He looks for win number 9 on Canterbury grass. He looks good down here in the paddock to try to go for it. The post is the main concern with him. Hard to find a way for him to save any sort of ground from that outside post with his lack of speed, at least in recent times. 30 seconds out, has a lot of speed to show for himself. De Silva will be aboard him, and they have been regular partners lately. They come off a 4th place finish, but they were behind Warchest. It'll be a good measuring stick to see what you think of Warchest a little bit later in the card, as he is going to take a lot of money later on. No longer a hobby on the outside, rounds out this field at a pretty good number of 10-1. It is a capacity cast with 8 minutes to post. This third race field will kick off turf racing for the season. The usual betting options on the menu, of course. Win, play, show, exactas, trifectas, excellent superfecta race. They head out to the track now. Lynn Dykert put him on the turf and put him in the gate in 8.
And the horses are on the track for tonight's third race. A big field on the grass, leg 2 of that pick 5. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3s all available. They'll be at the gate inside 7 minutes. Turf racing right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park. Headed your way next. Welcome up to the press box. Tri-State Bobcat brings us the power play. Kevin Gorg with you to find a horse later on the card that we can isolate on and make some money. And to me, a lot of different ways you can bet the game these days. And if you're new to Canterbury, make sure you figure out different ways to bet. It's fun to have a win bet on a horse. I get that. But it's more fun to hit the exacta, the trifecta, maybe a daily double, maybe a pick 3. And in race 5, number 8, Warchest, is one of those horses that you can use in a bunch of different ways to cash. And I'm going to isolate this horse by starting with the past performances. First of all, let's give it up for the old guy. He's 10 years old. He's still doing his thing. He's got 5 wins on the Canterbury turf. Heck, he has 13 career wins, all on the grass. And then with a 10-year-old, you want to see what kind of form he's in. They're not going to win off a long layoff. They're old like us. They need to be fit and ready to go. He's been running out in Arizona. Last raced on April the 28th. Those last 2 wins with Castellanos aboard, that's your jockey today. And he was claimed way back in February, probably with this meet here in Shakopee in mind. So let's go back to one of his many great efforts on the turf here at Canterbury. This came up last year. Now you can see the Loring Park, the horse in the lead was 3-5 that day and very well meant. And what I like about a horse like Worcester, he was 7-1 in this particular race. He's not going to win. He's going to lose in heartbreaking style. But that brings me to the race tonight. A big field on the turf where the exacta and the trifecta and the superfecta are going to pay. This guy loves his job. He just loves to go out there and run his race. And even though the 3-5 favorite nips him here, that's not the point. You don't need to make money just by betting a horse to win. Let's say you like Warchest tonight to finish first or second. You can do an exacta box with a couple of horses, or you can key the horse in first and second and play those trifectas. This race is a full field on the turf. There are going to be prices to have. You need a reliable horse you can key on in the exotic wagers. That horse tonight in race 5 for the power play is the 8, Warchest. Good luck.
Approaching the starting gate for the first turf race of the season. Get your bets in now. And they've reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the third. If the pick 5 didn't work out for you, there's a pick 3 here on races 3, 4, and 5. Syntactic, number 7. 9-5 in favor. The rider has won the first 2 races of the season. All the way up to 5-1 for the second choice, West Island. One of a couple of Minnesotans in this race. The K's, the other. 9-1. Test Pilot, Crafty King, Robo have joined Glendale, Syntactic, Oh Great, and the K's. Now 30 seconds out, 7-1. Redisur in, West Island to the center, and the White Horse is no longer a hobby. 12-1. No longer a hobby. The 9-year-old is in. It's turf time, and they're racing. West Island has patented good early speed. Test Pilot at 4-1, got some late win wagering action, and fires off to the early lead with 1 lap to go. And Robo, the 8-year-old, also at 4-1, is going to push Test Pilot, and those two blaze around the first turn, and they are about 7-8 lengths clear from West Island, who's to the outside of 30 seconds out. Then about 4 back to the gray, no longer a hobby. That one's already 12 lengths from this fast early pace. A mile after that, oh great, the Irish is to the inside of Syntactic, and the favorite is in the clear, about 13 out of it, and a good 4 or 5 clear from Glendale, racing to the inside of Thick Haze. Outside of that, Crafty King. One in last is Redusor, and the one in first is Test Pilot by a nostril. Robo continues to bug, and now 30 seconds out, goes on the move into third, angling to the outside. West Island, 4 out of it, also charging in. Then it's about 2.5, 3 back to no longer a hobby. Meanwhile, 30 seconds out is going to be the leader about 5 seconds from now. No longer a hobby with a very aggressive move. That's the gray horse with the white blinkers, gets to the outside in front of West Island, and the complexion has changed. Here comes no longer a hobby with 30 seconds out to the inside. After that is Glendale from the back of the pack. Outside of that, the case. It is no longer a hobby at 7-1. No longer a hobby from Glendale. 11-6 to the wire. Together, no longer a hobby. Holds on. Claim. Photo finish and a claim. Photo finish and a claim. Stand by. The result of the photo shows the winner is number 11. No longer a hobby. First, 137.46. Glendale second at 8-1. Thick Hayes third, 16-1. 30 seconds out. Fourth to complete the superfecta at 11-1. Big payoffs coming shortly. Stand by. We have a jockey's objection into the stretch run of race number 3, so please hold all tickets because it does involve the winner. Number 11, no longer a hobby. The jockey aboard number 6, Glendale, Guillermo Rodriguez, is claiming Adrian Castellanos and no longer a hobby fouled them, costing them the victory in race 3. Now the track referees, our stewards, are analyzing multiple angles of the claim. And this is a jockey's claim of foul between the top 2 finishers and in the stretch, as you can see on TV monitors. That's the exact angle the stewards, the track referees, are observing. The winner is the gray horse. The runner-up is the jockey with the black helmet cover. Those are the 2 at whom you are looking. The jockey aboard number 6 is claiming the gray horse fouled him in a way that cost them victory. Silver helmet cover, black helmet cover. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no change to the final order of finish. 11, 6, 9, 10 to be official momentarily. In the estimation of the stewards, our track referees, there was insufficient evidence to flip it and make it 6-11. And to the winner's enclosure, the 9-year-old, No Longer a Hobby. First victory here for Adrian Castellanos. Congratulations. No Longer a Hobby is owned by Taboada Racing, and the winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. And race 3 is official. Big Exacta trifecta pays nearly $400. The superfecta almost paid $600 for a dime. That's 11, 6, 9, 10. There was no change to the jockey's claim of foul. While the track referees acknowledged number 11, No Longer a Hobby, did drift out during the course of the stretch. The winner did so while well clear from the runner-up, number 6, Glendale, causing no interference that otherwise would have cost number 6 a victory in race 3. Insufficient evidence, 11, 6, 9, 10 is in the books. Back to a fast main track for race 4. This race begins at 7 furlongs. That's a distance we cracked open last year at Canterbury. They begin basically around the first turn and at the end of the grandstand apron with no scratches. And 19 minutes from now is race number 4. It's turf time, and they're racing. West Island has patented good early speed. Test Pilot at 4-1, got some late win wagering action, and fires off to the early lead with 1 lap to go. And Robo, the 8-year-old, also at 4-1, is going to push Test Pilot, and those two blaze around the first turn, and they are about 7-8 lengths clear from West Island, who's to the outside of 30 seconds out. Then about 4 back to the gray No Longer a Hobby. That one's already 12 lengths from this fast early pace. A mile after that, oh great, the Irish is to the inside of Syntactic, and the favorite is in the clear, about 13 out of it, and a good 4 or 5 clear from Glendale Racing to the inside of Thick Haze. Outside of that, Crafty King. The one in last is Reducor, and the one in first is Test Pilot by a Nostril. Robo continues to bug, and now 30 seconds out, goes on the move into third, angling to the outside. West Island 4 out of it, also charging in. Then it's about 2.5, 3 back to No Longer a Hobby. Meanwhile, 30 seconds out is going to be the leader about 5 seconds from now. No Longer a Hobby with a very aggressive move. That's the gray horse with the white blinkers. Gets to the outside in front of West Island, and the complexion has changed. Here comes No Longer a Hobby with 30 seconds out to the inside. After that is Glendale from the back of the pack outside of that thick haze. It is No Longer a Hobby at 7-1. No Longer a Hobby from Glendale. 11 and 6 to the wire. Together, No Longer a Hobby holds on. Claim
Well, big fun, big prices right out here at the park. If you caught that exacta try or superfecta, you're probably buying dinner. Maybe you're buying drinks for your party because that was incredible. And boy, does pace make the race, especially on the turf. The 1 and 3 go out there 22 flat and 45 flat, which is ridiculously fast. And when they go quick, the horses behind are waiting for their turn. And boy, the 11 got that great trip. You could see turning for home. They were loaded to bear. And then they have to survive the Inquiry at a big price. If you caught that one, and by the way, our tip sheet guy, Super Stats Dave, that green sheet had the horse right on top. If you're going to come to the track, spend the $3. It's fun to compare opinions. You're going to have your own for sure, but this guy does his homework, studies 3-4 days in advance, and Super Stats Dave caught that nice long shot. He's alive in the pick 5. Hope you are too. And we move on to race number 4. These are maidens, so these are horses looking for their very first win of their career. And it's a quirky distance. We added 7 furlongs to the mix last year. A mile is 8 furlongs, so it's 7/8, and they come out of the chute, far right of the track. And last year when we ran 7 furlong races for the first time, speed was king. Horses on or near the lead dominated those races, so keep an eye on that as you're handicapping this race with us. Let's talk about the field, and we'll start with number 1, Tarp's Storm. In from glitzy Oaklawn Park in Arkansas. They run some big-time races for huge money down Oaklawn Parkway. So when horses ship from Oaklawn Park, a lot of situations like this where they've probably faced tougher competition. That's the good news. The bad news is Tarp Storm is 0 for 6 and is yet to hit the trifecta. You get a great jockey in Eduardo Gallardo. He's fantastic. You get a horse that has, I think, enough speed to stay within touch. But if it's going to be a race, 1 on the front end, this horse is probably going to have to be a couple lengths behind. My top pick in the race is the horse right next door. I'm going to try 2 Stormy Oceans for Timmy Padilla. Quinones is his go-to rider. He's a Tampa shipper. I love those Tampa shippers. Should be fit. He's been racing all the way through the end of April, took the ride up to Shakopee. He's got speed. I don't think he'll be on the lead, but I don't think he'll be far behind. Makes a decent impression here in the paddock with those red blinkers. I'll try the 2 Stormy Oceans. Number 3 is very quick out of the gate. This is Double Echo. The blinkers come off for trainer Mike Beeler, and there's that jockey, Harry Hernandez. You've seen him in the winner's circle already twice tonight. Harry's got a lot of skills in the saddle, but one of his best skills is getting a horse out of the gate and onto the lead. We've seen him do that here already tonight. That will be the strategy with Double Echo. Probably the horse to catch. A hot jockey looking for a hat trick. 9-2. Very fair price on Double Echo. 4 is Mendelssohn's Music. Garcia gets the call here for Esteban Martinez. Turf to dirt is the handicapping angle. Very productive in the game of horse racing. Last time out was facing similar in Arizona. But if you go back a couple races in the racing form, this horse was racing at Santa Anita, one of the biggest and most prestigious racetracks in the country. This 4-ball on the board right now at a very conspicuous 15-1. Number 5 is Brainiac. G-Rod gets the call here for Isaiah Ortiz. Last time out against winners. This wasn't maidens last time. This horse was facing winners last time and did not show anything. But against maidens, this horse has shown speed. And so the drop in class after facing winners back within maidens, this horse should be very prominent and should be very live at 4-1. Number 6 is a horse that Brian Aragoni, our dear friend and fellow paddock analyst down in Indiana, he loves the 6 Aeromax. De Silva gets the call. And boy, Aeromax has faced some toughies at Santa Anita, at Del Mar. This horse has been there and done that. On class alone, should get a good look. And boy, does the 6 make a nice impression in the paddock. Good muscle there, really controlled energy. Aeromax certainly looks like the horse to beat. Fans agree, 5-2. 7 is More Money Mo. This is career start number 17, so lots of experience. Santiago in the saddle, in from Oaklawn Park. Outside horse is Paul Allen's top pick, and Paul's going to get a price. 7-1 on Coach Sam P. The blinkers come on. Vergara, the pilot. Westerman, the trainer. Yes, Ron Westerman, the guy that won 2 races on opening night last year. Can he do it again? I'll tell you what, the horse has a great post, and the horse does have speed. So Paul Allen, 7-1. Maybe a horse you want to mix into your exotics. There's the panel of picks from all the experts. We've got a great wagering menu. We've got a 7-furlong race on a beautiful Saturday night, opening night, right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
And now, Sir Leonard Dykert. Here they come for the fourth race with no scratches. This one is courtesy of Jim Beam Bourbon. Elegant, smooth, refined. Also, Busch Light, a proud sponsor of racing at Canterbury. And post time is about 5 minutes from now. Happy birthday, Lauren Vose. Happy 18th birthday, Lauren Vose. Here at Canterbury Park, betting her St. Ben's tuition money on the ponies tonight. Happy birthday, Lauren.
A very happy birthday to you, Lauren. We're going to try to put some money in your pocket, and we'll do it a little bit later in the card because the Pick 5 is already underway. We're going to try to find a bit of a price, and I'm going to try to do that on the turf. We just saw some good payouts in our first turf race of the season. We're going to go to our third turf event of the year, and I'm going to try, well, she's the one. It's not in there, but Flat Out Fancy is the one horse in race number 7. This is going to be a little bit closer look at just her. Now, this is information that you can find in the Daily Racing Form, sponsors of this bit. And if you want to take a look into Formulator, you can buy it by card, you can buy it by the month, however you want. This is the kind of information that you're going to get. This is Flat Out Fancy's 5 races for her current trainer, Jesse Oberlander. Flat Out Fancy's won 2 of her last 3 races. That's the one that you see at the end of her running line. Now, her last 3 races have been down in Oklahoma. Those ones are wins, and Flat Out Fancy has done that on the dirt. Now, Flat Out Fancy's only run once previously on the turf, but her mother, Storm Quillity, is a horse that we're going to look at next. That one turf race was her second lifetime start. It was a complete disaster. It was only start number 2. We're willing to give her another try because of her mom, Storm Quillity. This is Storm Quillity's pedigree, and this is another bit that you can find on DRF Formulator in looking to see if maybe Flat Out Fancy might like the turf more than she's shown. Storm Quillity didn't start off as a turf horse herself, but as you can see by all the green and all of those ones that line up for Storm Quillity, she became a very good turf horse later in her career, including a stop in the Lady Canterbury locally. She's going to be a good price, and I think that Flat Out Fancy may like it just a bit more than she did in her first try on the turf. We're going to see if maybe we can't pull a mild upset in race number 7. If you want to bet her to win, if you want to put her in doubles, she should provide you value, and that's the one, Flat Out Fancy, in race number 7.
And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for race 4. The distance 7 furlongs. So they start on the southwest side of Canterbury Park, all the way at the end of the grandstand apron. That first turn hits them quickly. And then they scoot up the barn side and down the stretch. Mendelssohn's Music and Coach Sam P. The final two. Eight in the gate, 7/8. And they're racing. From the inside, two Stormy Oceans won the start, but has been overtaken by Double Echo. And Double Echo leads it narrowly from Brainiac, who shades, joins, passes, and takes the lead up the barn side. That's Brainiac and G-Rod by nearly one. After that, Mendelssohn's Music. That's the fourth, 3 wide to the outside of two Stormy Oceans. And behind them, Mendelssohn's Music. Check that. Behind them is Double Echo, now back in fourth to the inside of Coach Sam P. Outside of that one is Aeromax getting a nice trip if good enough. About 4 lengths clear from More Money Mo. And the one in last is Tarp Storm into the far turn. And it still looks to be wide open up top. They keep trading places. Two Stormy Oceans owns the lead now. Brainiac to the inside. Mendelssohn's Music to the outside. Double Echo and Hernandez angling to the outside of two Stormy Oceans. Full-a-run. 5 behind that. Two Aeromax inside of that. Coach Sam P. Then we come back to More Money Mo and Tarp Storm. And here they come into the final furlong. Up goes Double Echo. And Double Echo making a lot of noise. Double Echo puts the lead at 3 from two Stormy Oceans. And after that, from behind, Aeromax closing, Brainiac taking second, 3-5-2. Double Echo prevails, 3-5 and a photo, 3-5 and a photo. Number 3, Double Echo, first. Brainiac second, photo for the rest, 126.52, 3-5, and a photo. The numbers, 3, 5, 6, and 2. 2 claims from race number 4. We had 2 claims from race number 4. The victorious Double Echo shifts barns for $7,500. Heath Lawrence trains, Rick Tapions. And the third place finisher, Aeromax, to Edgar Espinoza for Secret Racing. Now entering the winner's circle, Double Echo. 3 victories tonight for Harry Hernandez. Double Echo is owned by Mike and Lori Beeler and the winning trainer, Mike Beeler. The fourth is official. Exacta 38.40, trifecta nearly $80, 10-cent superfecta 32.36, double 125. The first pick four of the season for 50 cents, $448. Race number 5 is 20 minutes from now, and it takes us back to the beautiful turf course with no scratches. The fifth race set to take off about 7:15, courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park, and also John Deere. Their purpose is to empower and support the farmer in all of us. And they're racing. From the inside, two Stormy Oceans won the start but has been overtaken by Double Echo. And Double Echo leads it narrowly from Brainiac, who shades, joins, passes, and takes the lead up the barn side. That's Brainiac and G-Rod by nearly one. After that, Mendelssohn's Music. That's the four, 3 wide to the outside of two Stormy Oceans. And behind them, Mendelssohn's Music. Check that. Behind them is Double Echo, now back and forth to the inside of Coach Sam P. Outside of that one is Aeromax getting a nice trip if good enough. About 4 lengths clear from More Money Mo. And the one in last is Tarp Storm into the far turn. And it still looks to be wide open up top. They keep trading places. Two Stormy Oceans owns the lead now. Brainiac to the inside. Mendelssohn's Music to the outside. Double Echo and Hernandez angling to the outside of two Stormy Oceans. Full of run. 5 behind that, two Aeromax inside of that, Coach Sam P. Then we come back to More Money Mo and Tarp Storm. And it they come into the final furlong. Up goes Double Echo. And Double Echo making a lot of noise. Double Echo puts the lead at 3 from two Stormy Oceans. And after that, from behind, Aeromax closing, Brainiac taking second, 3-5-2. Double Echo prevails, 3-5 and a photo, 3-5 and a photo. Now, Molly's Mia gets into action on the outside. This one is 10-1, trying to begin 2025 with an upset. I See Gold, the firster, can run a bit to the inside. BL40 holding them all at bay. Favorite inside, long shot outside. BL40. I See Gold gets the gold. Former champion jockey Harry Hernandez back in the winner's circle after just one. They charge down the Canterbury Park stretch. It is Laconia trying to keep one's wild opening night at Canterbury. Unrivaled Queen, that two still second best on the wrong lead as Laconia is in the right place. The winner's circle. Harry sweeps the double. 1, 2, 5 in the second. Side in front of West Island, and the complexion has changed. Here comes No Longer a Hobby with 30 seconds out to the inside. After that is Glendale from the back of the pack outside of that thick haze. It is No Longer a Hobby at 7-1. No Longer a Hobby from Glendale. 11 and 6 to the wire. Together, No Longer a Hobby holds on. Storm, and it ain't come into the final furlong. Up goes Double Echo, and Double Echo making a lot of noise. Double Echo puts the lead at 3 from 2 Stormy Oceans, and after that from behind Aeromax closing, Brainiac taking second. 3-5-2. Double Echo prevails. 3-5 and a photo. 3.
Another upset as Double Echo and the hot jock Harry Hernandez with the hat trick. They score at 9-1. So we've got some players that are alive in the pick 5. And if you're tracking along with some of these pick 3s, I think the pick 3 to the favorite here is paying for $1, nearly 700. So the pick 5 is going to be thousands if you hit it. It could be a big, big number. So pay attention here as we get to the final couple legs of the pick 5. But if you're not alive in the pick 5, you can play the late pick 4. The pick 4, a wonderful betting opportunity. Final 4 races of the night, and look at the race that you've got to navigate here. A crowded field on the turf. We've seen bombs already tonight. We'll see if that trend continues here. Let's handicap together. We got to get through a lot of horses. We'll start with number 1, It's a Boy. It's a Boy has no early speed, but he will come charging late. You get a good jockey in Eduardo Gallardo. The pesky part for me is this horse has had 10 tries on the Canterbury lawn, a couple of nibbles, but yet to win here. So he'll need the pace to back up, but expect It's a Boy to make a late move in this race. Number 2 is Super Wise. Erica Murray gets the call for Gary Shearer. I'm going to tell you right now, these connections are going to pop at a price this summer. Gary Shearer, one of those trainers that year in and year out in Shakopee, does wonderful things. Super Wise is another horse that's had a bunch of tries here and has nibbled, but 0 for 11 on the turf. Inside post, always a good thing. Murray can ride. She flat out can get it done. So keep an eye on this. Is one of those sneaky bombers to maybe mix into your superfecta box. Number 3 is Fort Langley. This horse just popped at 15-1 last time out in Arizona. Like the one horse, It's a Boy, not a lot of early speed, but does have a nice staunch late closing kick. Here's another sneaky long shot. Number 4, My Calante. Zeke Laura gets the call for Joe Roberts. I'll tell you what, Zeke Laura on a speed horse, that's tried and true. I'm just telling you right now, this guy knows how to use speed to his advantage, especially on this grass course. Love the way Zeke rides here on the lawn. I expect the 4 to be very prominent, and I expect the horse to hit the Trier Super. He'll be on all my tickets. 5 is Political Riot. Lindsay gets the call for Taylor Van Winkle. 3 tries on the Canterbury turf. Twice has hit the board. Now, 4 probably goes to the front, but 5 won't be far behind. And again, we've seen Taylor Van Winkle pop at big numbers before. 6 is Markin Greeley. Roman gets the call for Gabriel Silva. Has 3 career wins. And guess what? All 3 of those wins right here on the Canterbury turf. Another deep closer that will need the big field to create big, fast fractions, which we saw a couple races ago when that big gray won. Keep an eye on Mark and Greeley when they turn for home. 7 is a Minnesota bred taking on Open Company because Vinny's a Canuck. G-Rod gets the call for Silva. Sneaky horse here that I like the fact that maybe he can sit in that pocket right off the early leaders. I think the 7 gets a really nice trip at a juicy 6-1. My top pick in the race will be the 8. The old campaigner, War Chest. He's a 10-year-old. We talked about this horse upstairs about an hour ago in our Power Play segment. I'm such a fan of horses like this that just love their job. They love race day. They love to come out and do their thing. Career start number 75 for War Chest. And good news here for all of us that are going to back him. Castellanos, the jockey, won the earlier turf race back in race 3. Sits off the pace, should come running, loves this turf. I'll try War Chest, who is getting bet. 9 is Fly Nightly. Carlo Lopez gets the call here for Gabriel Silva. 12 career wins from 66 starts is really good. This horse knows how to get his picture taken. His turf figures are competitive. He's been in the mix down in Arizona recently, and this horse is 25-1. What a great betting race we've got here. 10 is Sarge's Sermon. Vergara gets the call for Mikey Beeler. The trainer looks for his second win on the card. 11 starts on this turf course. 7 of those 11, the horse has hit the trifecta. 7 of 11, this guy's been in the top 3 on the Canterbury turf. I don't know how you build a ticket without this horse in the mix. I'm absolutely going to use him. I've got him second in my analysis. I can't believe he's 9-1. What a great price on Sarge's Sermon. I also think the 11 is sneaky. This is Cybertruck. Consalves gets the call for Valerie Lund. I don't like the post, but we've seen a horse already tonight on this turf course win from this post. Horse makes a great impression. The 11 looks spectacular. He gets my best turned out award here in the paddock. I really love the energy that this guy is showing. He's 7 years old. He's going to have to work out the trip, but I think both the 10 and the 11, if you're going to build some trifectas or supers, are horses that you absolutely can use, and they're big prices. They're 8 and 9-1. In my opinion, before the night started, this was the best betting race on the card. Doesn't always play out that way, but boy, these horses in the paddock and the prices up on the board, even if you're like me and you fancy the favorite, if you can mix in an 8-1, a 20-1, and hit that trifecta, it's still going to pay a lot more than 9-5. Exactas tries and supers, probably the encouraged way to bet. The late pick 4 starts here. What a puzzle we've got. 11 on the lawn, going a mile. It's coming up, and it's coming at you next.
And now they have reached the starting gate. It's race time. 5th race, opening night, Canterbury Park. War Chest, the 10-year-old, favored. Alrighty, just a few behind the gate. Fly Nightly. Sarge's Sermon, 6-1. Cybertruck, 8-1. War Chest, about even money and favored.
I'm good.
One out. It's turf time. And they're racing. Mr. Make That My Calante from the center broke very quickly. So did Political Riot and a restrained Fort Langley to the inside. 5-3 race out. After that, Mark in Greeley at 30-1, about 5 lengths from the speed. Now the lead belongs to Fort Langley. Fort Langley and Francisco Garcia kick away by 1.5. After that, It's a Boy tucked to the inside, 5th, about 7 lengths from the lead. And to the inside of Sarge's Sermon, striding up nicely in the clear. 2.5 behind that, Super Wise, 8 lengths, maybe 9 from the front. Then it's Cybertruck. Behind them is War Chest, the 10-year-old veteran War Chest, about 11, 12 lengths from the lead. And to the inside of Fly Nightly. After that, we have Cuz Vinny's a Canuck bringing up the rear, 13 lengths from front to back, 3-5-5-3. Fort Langley still on the lead, supported at 5-1. Challenged by Political Riot at 10-1 to the outside. Political Riot trying to put the blue shadow roll in front. It's a Boy sequestered. That one is to the inside of Sarge's Sermon. Outside of that, Super Wise behind them, Michael Ante. Super Wise is closing relatively fast to the outside. They're inside the final 250. Up top, Political Riot. Here comes Super Wise to the outside of Sarge's Sermon. Sarge's Sermon. It's a Boy closing fast to the inside. Outside, Fly Nightly. Sarge's Sermon preaches the galloping gospel in the winner's circle. Number 10, Sarge's Sermon. First. Photo for the rest. 137 and a piece. The final time. It's unofficial. We had a claim in race number 5. A claim in race number 5. Stand by. the numbers, and here they are. 10, 9, 2, 1. The fifth race is official. Number 11, Cybertruck, was claimed for $7,500. Number 11 claimed the new owner-trainer, Jose Silva Jr. Race number 6 brings us back to the fast main track. No scratches, no rider changes in race number 6, which is provided by Kim Crawford, official partner of Canterbury Uncorked and Concerts in the Park. Also, Hormel, a proud sponsor of racing at Canterbury Park. And we thank Tri-State Bobcat for 2025 inclusion. Sarge's Sermon finds the winner's circle with Daniel Vergara. The winning owners, Teddy G's Next Level Canterbury Group. And the winning trainer, Canterbury Park HOF, Mike Beeler. The 10-cent Superfecta 10-9-2-1, top 4 finishers in a given race. It paid $666 for a dime. And the winner was 4-1. The 50-cent trifecta, that's big too, 412. 10-9-2, the winning numbers. And the pick 3 from race 3, that paid nearly $700 for a buck. Big payoffs, big fields, big league racing right out here at the park. And they're racing. Mr. Make That My Calante from the center broke very quickly. So did Political Riot and a restrained Fort Langley to the inside. 5-3 race out. After that, Mark in Greeley at 30-1, about 5 lengths from the speed. And now the lead belongs to Fort Langley. Fort Langley and Francisco Garcia kick away by 1.5. After that, It's a Boy tucked to the inside, 5th, about 7 lengths from the lead. And to the inside of Sarge's Sermon, striding up nicely in the clear. 2.5 behind that, Super Wise, 8 lengths, maybe 9 from the front. Then it's Cybertruck. Behind them is War Chest, the 10-year-old veteran War Chest, about 11, 12 lengths from the lead. And to the inside of Fly Nightly. After that, we have Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, bringing up the rear, 13 lengths from front to back, 3-5-5-3. Fort Langley still on the lead, supported at 5-1. Challenged by Political Riot at 10-1 to the outside. Political Riot trying to put the Blue Shadow Roll in front. It's a Boy sequestered. That one is to the inside of Sargis Sermon. Outside of that, Super Wise behind them. Mike Galante. Super Wise is closing relatively fast to the outside. They're inside the final 250. Up top, Political Riot. Here comes Super Wise to the outside of Sargis Sermon. Sargis Sermon. It's a boy closing fast to the inside. Outside, Fly Nightly. Sargis Sermon preaches the galloping gospel in the winner's circle.
What a beautiful night. What a great crowd we've got on hand for opening night. Don't forget, we're going to race all weekend long through the holiday. Tomorrow we come back with Bulldogs, 1 o'clock first post Monday, holiday Monday, Memorial Day back at 1 o'clock again. Always head to CanterburyPark.com for all kinds of great information, including tickets and deals. And you want deals? We got the lowest takeout in the country, 10% in the Pick 5. What does that mean, you say? Well, it's been, some prices, but some pretty logical horses, including Sarge's Sermon in our most recent race. And you look up at the Pick 5 Will Pays, 37 tickets available. A couple of those tickets paying over $30,000. A couple of paying $10,000 or more. So that's why you play the Pick 5. We're giving more money back to you, the customer. And when you have big fields like Canterbury has, you have big opportunities. So if you're alive in the Pick 5, it could be a huge score tonight. Good luck to you. I think the 3 and the 5 are those two horses paying nearly $40,000 on that 50-cent Pick 5. If you don't know how to wager, figure it out. The information center on the main level and up on third level, they'll help you figure it out. It's a game of survival. If you have all 5, you split the pool, and it's so worth it. It's the best bet in the game, and 10% takeout of Canterbury gives you more ways to win. Here we go. Race 6 to close out the Pick 5 to start the final Pick 3 of the night. And you look at the betting board, and again, we have another race that's very competitive. I think the jockeys matter in a race like this. We'll see how the pace shakes out. But the one triple pass, I think paying over $10,000 in the Pick 5, absolutely makes sense. Go back and watch that replay from Arizona last time. I wrote down gritty win. This horse had a lot of ways in the stretch where he could have let it go, and he just kept fighting and fighting to the wire. That tells me the horse is fit and feeling good. And with Garcia inside in a route race, right back aboard, certainly a contender and could make somebody a lot of money in the Pick 5. How about the price up on the board? Near double that morning line at 14-1. Number 2 might be the speed of the speed. It's Street Humor. Carlo Lopez gets the call. This horse last time out was facing, I would say, slightly softer competition. Got stuck in a wicked pace battle. They went 22 and change and 45 to the half. And I get it. They were in Arizona where they kind of run on a cement-like dirt track. But come on, man. That horse really was compromised by the pace. If the two can get out and get loose, look out tonight. Nice price, too. I've got the horse in the mix. 4th choice on my betting board that you can find at the website, and 10-1. 3 is Innately Good. Betty Joe gets the call here. Williams is in the saddle for Nicky Goodwin. Good combo here. Sneaky long shot for sure. I've talked about Tampa shippers. Horses in from Tampa tend to do very well early in the meet at Canterbury. Has enough speed to stay within touch of the field. Probably gets a fair trip. And is getting bet, too, at 7-1. Number 4 is a good price. That's Bruckner de Silva for Jose Silva Jr. How about this? Shipping in from Santa Anita. Normally, Santa Anita shippers come to Canterbury. They're 8-5. This horse is up there at 8-1. More good early speed. Has been facing some pretty salty competition. Now we're back on dirt. Does own a win on dirt in his career. He's nodding in approval. Bruckner is 8-1. 5 is Browntown. The hot jockey lands here. Harry Hernandez looking for his 4th win on the card. And look who he's riding for. The hot trainer, Mikey Beeler, looking for his 3rd win. On connections alone, you have to consider the horse. I believe, if I look back when the Pick 5 Will Pays were up, that this was one of the big ones, too. And the 5 is prancing through that paddock. Look at the tail up, ears up, good energy for this good-looking gray who's 5 years old and really making a nice impression in the paddock. That's Browntown with the hot connections getting bet down at 2-1. 6 is Out of the Dark. Alonso Quinones for Tim Padilla. 5 starts on the Canterbury main track, 3 wins and a 2nd. This horse adores it here in Shakopee. Tampa shipper should be, again, another horse that sits near the pace and gets a fair trip. 7 is Dual Monarchy. Kelsey Haar for Bobby Klein. Oaklawn shipper, versatile running style, and another good-looking gray at 8-1. My top pick is the last horse in line. I fancy the 8, Hess, for Ronnie Westerman. G-Rod in the saddle. I like the salty effort against really much better competition at Oaklawn, going 1 3/4 miles. Shorter trip here. 3 wins before that. Good-looking horse in the paddock. I'm going to trust that the 8 can sit off the pace and come get him down the Canterbury stretch. And guess what? I've got my friends on board with me. Look at the experts the panel of experts, including Jeff Madej, who's looking to crush on this 8-horse here, has really good betting race. Final pick 3 of the night. If you're live in that huge pick 5, we wish you the best of luck. Right now they head down the tunnel. Soon they'll be on the track. They'll be at the gate in around 8. And then they're going to get it on.
Hello from the winner's circle once again as we get ready for our upcoming 6th race. We're going to play some beer pong first for a few prizes. Now I've got Matthew and Colton down here in the winner's circle. They're going to take a couple of shots at these big red cups, just like the real beer pong, except supersized. So you get supersized prizes. The front cup right here is a daily double pack. The middle cups are a TJ Hooligans gift card. And the back row is Seltzer Fest tickets. You guys get a couple of shots at these. You're right at the starting line. So Matthew, if you're up first, take your first shot. That's all right. That's all right. Try it one more time. Yep, stretch. Get it? You got one practice shot. Now sink one of those for Seltzer Fest. There you go. Beautiful. You, young man, are headed to Seltzer Fest. Now, Colton, that's a lot to live up to. Try to top that and join him at Seltzer Fest if you can. You can do it. That's all right. It took him 2 shots, too. Right off the rim. That's all right. You're not playing for the Wolves. Oh, all right. All right. Well, maybe Matthew will bring you along to Seltzer Fest, but don't worry. Nobody leaves empty-handed. You'll get a couple of admission passes for your efforts. And thanks for joining us, you guys. Seltzer Fest is coming up. You can check out that and all of the rest of our events coming up at Canterbury Park. We've got 2 minutes until race number 6.
And they've reached the gate. It's post time. Race number 6, the first this evening, where they dart from the starting gate right in front of you on the grandstand apron. Two back. And now the favored Hess. Our starter is Oscar Quitos. And they're racing from the inside. Street Humor comes out giggling, looking to win it with a Winnie. After that is Brown Town with the hot connections. Brown Town splits them and takes the lead with Harry. That one's to the inside of Out of the Dark. Then we come back to Bruckner. Bruckner between horses, just 2.5 lengths from the lead. They're all sardine together. Then we come to Triple Pass, looking to win 2 in a row from 5 out of it under a very, very tight hold. The gray behind that one is Dual Monarchy. Then second last is Hess. And Innately Good brings up the rear about 10 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they go. Race 6, opening night, Canterbury Park. Brown Town racing in path 3 leads it by a half. Now joined by Out of the Dark to the outside. Inside of that, Street Humor. Behind them is Bruckner. Then we come back to Triple Pass, angling to the outside. Asked for run, 5-6 out of it. Dual Monarchy is next. Then we come to Hess. Hess is 10 lengths from the lead at 3.5 to 1 and about to be joined by Innately Good. Around about the quarter pole, Brown Town completely on the grind. Triple Pass is in a hurry to the outside, and Triple Pass will pass 6 and 5 as they cut for the money. Triple Pass inside, Out of the Dark, resolute and closest to the rail. Brown Town still trying to get in the black. Behind them, Dual Monarchy. 3 in a line into the final 50. Out of the Dark, Brown Town, Triple Pass, Out of the Dark and into the winner's circle. It's number 6, Out of the Dark, finishing first, 6-1-5-7 in 138.60. The Minnesotan finds his way to the plus part of the purse. It's Out of the Dark and Alonso Quinones. Race number 6 is official. Out of the Dark is owned by Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim is the winning trainer. And this Minnesotan is a 4-year-old son of Outwork from Summer Swing. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. The pick 5 pay $3,921. Another big superfecta, 101. 6157 for a dime, paid 101. But the pick 5, 3,921 from race number 2. The 7th is the opening day penultimate and our final turf race this evening. We have no scratches or rider changes. Once again, turf course good, and the rail is 20 feet out for race number 7. This one is provided by Quick Trip, along with By the Yard. By the Yard has a showroom south of Canterbury, just off 169 in Jordan. And race time for the 7th, about 8:15. Racing from the inside, Street Humor comes out giggling, looking to win it with a Winnie. After that is Brown Town with the hot connections. Brown Town splits them and takes the lead with Harry. That one's to the inside of Out of the Dark. Then we come back to Bruckner. Bruckner between horses, just 2.5 lengths from the lead. They're all sardined together. Then we come to Triple Pass, looking to win 2 in a row from 5 out of it under a very, very tight hold. The gray behind that one is Dual Monarchy. Then second last is Hess, and Innately Good brings up the rear, about 10 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they go. Race 6, opening night, Canterbury Park. Brown Town racing in path 3, leads it by a half. Now joined by Out of the Dark to the outside. Inside of that, Street Humor. Right behind them is Bruckner. Then we come back to Triple Pass, angling to the outside and Asked for Run, 5-6 out of it. Dual Monarchy is next. Then we come to Hess. Hess is 10 lengths from the lead at 3.5 to 1, and about to be joined by Innately Good. Around about the quarter pole, Brown Town completely on the grind. Triple Pass is in a hurry to the outside, and Triple Pass will pass 6 and 5 as they cut for the money. Triple Pass inside, Out of the Dark, resolute, and closest to the rail. Brown Town still trying to get in the black. Behind them, Dual Monarchy, 3 in a line into the final 50. Out of the Dark, Brown Town, Triple Pass, Out of the Dark, and into the winner's circle.
Familiar connections, Tim Padilla training, Alonzo Quinones the rider, and of course Pete Matson, part owner of that horse. Out of the Dark comes out of the crowd late. One of the smaller payoffs in the pick 5, but still near $4,000, and a very logical sequence ending with that, I think, pretty formful race there in race 6. Now we've got 2 races left. We call it the late daily double. We're going to have all kinds of fun. We got one more turf race right here, and then a very cool race on the main track to end the card. We race tomorrow at 1 o'clock with the Bulldogs coming into play, and Holiday Monday also at 1. Here comes a big field in the grass, and number 1 is Flat Out Fancy. Angela Herman, one of the best handicappers in the country, period. And we've got her here, and she likes this horse. And if this horse is 14-1, you might as well pay attention. I'll say this, jockeys here, we've got a deep colony, we talked about that. Every jockey has a tell, one place where they do something a little better than somewhere else. And Jermaine Bridgman on the turf, as good as it gets. I'm not guaranteeing any win here. The horse is a big price, but if you bet Jermaine Bridgman on the turf this summer consistently, you will do quite well. This guy is awesome at working out a trip, and turf racing really magnifies that trip indeed. Number 2 is a little bit tipsy. Santiago gets the call for Valerie Lund. This horse in from Arizona has faced slightly better, makes a nice impression down here, bouncing along at 11-1 in the paddock. People are falling in love with this 3. They are all over Kanjeng, and that is Harry Hernandez, the hot jockey, looking for his 4th. The trainer, Arnett's a really good trainer. They've already got a win on the card. That barn's going well early in the meet. 7-5, this horse has early speed but doesn't need the lead. Was competitive down at Tampa Bay, which usually with turf racing is a good indicator here that they're going to fire at Canterbury. But that 7-5 is really interesting right now on the board. I think that price will drift up. We'll see. 4 is Too Hot to Stop. Leslie Mowing back. Good to see him. Welcome back, Leslie. Super rider. Good dude as well. Lynn Rarick, the conditioner. Here's a horse in a crowded field that maybe, if the 7 doesn't show that patented early speed that he showed on the dirt, this horse might be feeling good and get loose, and Leslie can ride him up fair and square. See if the 4 sneaks away. I think that number at 14-1 is a little too big on that horse. 5 is Ms. Callie. Gallardo gets the call for Larry Donlin, 5-year-old mare. 8 tries on the Canterbury turf. Get this, 7 of the 8 in the trifecta. So if you're going to build a trifecta or superfecta, in my opinion, you've got to include the 5 right now at a juicy 8-1 too. My top pick in the race will be the 6, Church Pew, Carlo Lopez for Cody Rosine. The barn, when they have a rest of over 6 months, a gaudy 31% wins. Big closer, going to rely on the pace, but she can fire. Last year, she won a race in Chicago at over 30-1. On the board right now at 4-1, I'll try Church Pew. 7 is the speedball that has been showing speed down at Sam Houston on the dirt. Now we go to the turf. We'll see if G-Rod and this filly have the same speed here tonight. Number 8 is Whimsical Hire. Vergara gets the call for Silva on the stretch out, has been sprinting on the main track. The bloodlines for turf are just lukewarm. I'm going to take a flyer and wait for dirt racing there. Number 9 is Rollin' Blackout. Rollin' Blackout here. Constantino Roman gets the call. I like the prep race at Will Rogers. I like the fact that this horse has 14 tries on our turf course and has hit the trifecta in 9 of those 14. Interesting long shot to include in the exotics at 13-1. And number 10's got all kinds of speed. This is Factor That. Gonsalves gets the call for Tony Rengsdorf. 4 for 6 in the trifecta in her career on this turf, and will have to use that speed to negotiate that tricky outside post. Big turf field. We've seen big prices already tonight. Time to get your bets in right now. Wonderful opportunity to cash some bets here. Who do you like? It's the late daily double. It's all coming up and coming at you next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, drawing your attention to the winner's circle. We have a beautiful crew here for the Minnesota Lottery Dash for the Cash. We want to thank the Minnesota Lottery for supporting horse racing here in Minnesota. Here's how it works. These lovely humans have a horse card in front of them. If and when their horse wins, they get $50 in scratch-off tickets from the lottery. Last year, one person won over $5,000 with those scratch-offs on a race night. Second and third get a swag bag from the lottery. That could be all kinds of good prizes. Let's meet the contestants. Your name and where you're from.
I'm Gavin. I'm from Shakopee.
Hometown boy, Angela Herman loves your one horse. Don't be fooled by that 13-1. You got a big chance. All right, Tommy Bahama, name and where you're from.
Blake Beaudry, Albertville, Minnesota.
Albertville. What do you think of this, too? You got a shot?
I think it's rightfully named.
Rightfully? You're a little bit tipsy. I like that. All right, name and where you're from.
I'm Gabriel, and I'm from New Hope.
New Hope. You got a lot of hope with the three. The fans are betting this horse like you can't lose. Good luck to you. Name and where you're from.
I'm Raul, and I'm from Brooklyn Center.
Raul, it's great to have you here. 4 horse is a big price. Right now, 17-1. Don't lose hope, though, right? Horse racing's all about the upset. It's all about the underdog. Name and where you're from.
I'm Nick. I'm from Edina.
Edina. Now, hold on here. Do people from Edina really need to participate in a lottery giveaway? The rich just get rich, and of course, he's got the green. He's got the 5 saddlecloth. I love you. You got great hair. I got hair envy, but I can't support Edina. I can't do it. Name and where you're from.
Jack. I'm from Andover.
Andover's a good spot. All right, what do you think of this 6?
I mean, he's the favorite, I think. So I'm ready. Let's win.
I like Church Pew a lot. I think you're going to win. Okay, Hollywood, you get best in show with this costume you got on. It even matches your saddlecloth. Name and where you're from.
Troy, Hollywood, California. What's up, John and Jackie Gertz?
All right, the Hollywood guys got the 7. The lovely ladies are next. Name and where you're from.
Anna, Lakeville.
Lakeville North or Lakeville South? Big difference.
North, the better one.
That's right. Jake Ottinger unfortunately plays in Dallas, but it's a great day to be a Panther, by the way. Name and where you're from.
Grace, Burnsville.
God's country. Now we can cheer for somebody. I love Burnsville, my hometown. I hope your 9 wins. I hope you take that Edina guy's money. I love it. Your name and where you're from.
I'm Parker Boone. I'm from Ames, Iowa.
Ames, Iowa. So you got no NFL football down there, which is really sad. So who do you cheer for?
Go Vikes.
All right, Skoll, you got PA up there, our brother in the booth. What do you think of this 10 ball?
He's going to win.
All right, he's going to win. Give it up for our beautiful people, except for the 5. He's from Edina. We don't cheer for Edina. That's what we do here. Have a great night.
Yeah, and the horses are arriving at the starting gate. It's post time for race 7. Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park would like to wish a happy 11th wedding anniversary to Josh and Lindsay Camrood. Move it in. Too hot to stop. And rolling blackout. Ms. Callie. And Factor That. Last in. Factor That. Son of the Factor. In. There. Racing. Perfect line out of the gate. Too hot to stop at 21-1 is hot for the early lead. So is Can Jang. And Can Jang at 2-1 has grabbed the lead around the first turn. Outside of them, Ms. Callie as the pace intensifies with about 5.5 to go. It's Can Jang looking to win 2 in a row. Then we come back to a little bit tipsy. Would have to leave them punch drunk from 6 out of it and to the inside of Church Pew. Church Pew between runners, but on the move. Rolling blackout outside of that one. 2.5, 3 behind that to Factor That, who's joined by Whimsical Air. Then it's a big gap, maybe 5 back to Miss Escapade. And Flat Out Fancy would have to win 2 in a row from 10 out of it into the far turn they go. Can Jang slugs it out with Too Hot to Stop. Favorite to the inside, long shot to the outside. Behind them, Ms. Callie looking to roll in and make it a line of 3. Then we come back to Little Bit Tipsy. That one's in with a shot 4 lengths out of it and to the inside of Rolling Blackout trying to roll in. Church Pew is in need of divine intervention. Factor That is the gray on the outside, and they're coming home now. Too Hot to Stop at 24-1 might not stop. Ms. Callie trying to run down this long shot. Then it's Factor That, but the upset is on. Too Hot to Stop. Sizzling. Number 4, Too Hot to Stop. Didn't stop first. Ms. Callie second. And Photography for the rest. We had a claim. There was a $15,000 claim in race 7. Stand by. The numbers 4, 5, and 3. 10. 4, 5, 3, 10. Number 6, Church Pew, was claimed for $15,000. The new trainer, Tony Rengstorff. The new owners, Rocket Wrench Racing. Number 6, Church Pew, claimed 15 large. Rengstorff, Revac. And the upset is official. Too Hot to Stop paid $51.40 for a $2 win wager. Pick 3 from race 5 paid nearly $400. 4-5 exacta $97.20. Trifecta $202. 10-cent superfecta $155. Big superfectas tonight at Canterbury Park. We race tomorrow. Family Day, 1 o'clock. And we have Bulldog Racing tomorrow. Bulldog Racing tomorrow at Canterbury Park. And Memorial Day Racing Monday at 1. The 8th race is 22 minutes from now. Scratch number 4, Boss Down. Boss Down. Scratches from race 8. In the winner's circle, it is Too Hot to Stop and Leslie Mowing. Too Hot to Stop is owned by Barry Aronson. Make that Arneson. And the winning trainer, Lynn Rarick. 8th race, final live race, opening day, is next. Race number 8, courtesy of Continental Diamond and JTR Roofing. In there, racing. Perfect line out of the gate. Too Hot to Stop at 21-1 is hot for the early lead. So is Can Jang. And Can Jang at 2-1 has grabbed the lead around the first turn. Outside of them, Ms. Callie as the pace intensifies with about 5.5 to go. It's Can Jang looking to win 2 in a row. Then we come back to a little bit tipsy. Would have to leave them punch drunk from 6 out of it and to the inside of Church Pew. Church Pew between runners, but on the move. Rolling Blackout outside of that one. 2.5, 3 behind that to factor that, who's joined by Whimsical Air. Then it's a big gap, maybe 5 back to Miss Escapade. And Flat Out Fancy would have to win 2 in a row from 10 out of it. Into the far turn they go. Can Jang slugs it out with Too Hot to Stop. Favorite to the inside, long shot to the outside. Behind them is Callie looking to roll in and make it a line of 3. Then we come back to Little Bit Tipsy. That one's in with a shot 4 lengths out of it and to the inside of Rollin' Blackout trying to roll in. Church Pew is in need of divine intervention. Factor that is the gray on the outside, and they're coming home now. Too Hot to Stop at 24-1, might not stop. Ms. Callie trying to run down this long shot. Then it's Factor that, but the upset is on. Too Hot to Stop. Sizzling.
All right, welcome to the prestigious TV studio up here in the press box with Angela Herman. I'm Kevin Gorg. We had a great crowd on hand tonight. Beautiful weather. You know, all winter long, you get excited. You dream about what opening night's going to look like, and then you see the race card and tonight play out the way it did, and what a home run.
Well, and then some of the races where we thought it might be a little bit more wide open, dicey, it was, and you still get the payouts that you anticipated in some way, but not with the horses you anticipated. Especially with our turf racing, that can be the story, and that can be why those big payouts, come along almost every night.
So fun.
It is fun. I mean, you forget about it for a while over the winter, but you get some of those big payouts right here in your backyard. I am very happy that it is live racing.
Let's talk about your top pick here. The one horse, Mr. Fabricator, decent price on the board, in from Santa Anita. Actually went to Arizona, stopped along the way, but this is a very interesting racehorse.
It was just the fact that he did stop at Turf Paradise. You know, if they're not cutting the mustard at Santa Anita, that's where quite a few of them land, and, you know, they can go one way or the other. This is a big positive indication from Mr. Fabricator that he was able to break his maiden immediately upon arrival and do so at odds on. I mean, he ran up to the hype, and Mr. Fabricator need only run something just like that race with the speed that he showed. Now, a lot is going to depend on what Hoot Owl Hoot does, because this is your top pick in here, and I wanted to hear more of your thoughts on it because I wanted to take this horse really bad. I liked him a lot in that last race we saw him, and he was basically eased out of that one. Do we get the horse that broke his maiden by open lengths, or do we get that version? The fact that he was in for a tag made me kind of question it, but give me your line of thought with Hoot Owl Hoot.
Well, if people want to dive in for $12,500, I think Cody Rosine and the connections are like, okay, fair. And he's won before fresh. You know, he won first time out, so I don't think that'll be an issue. And let's be honest, if you've got a Minnesota bred with talent, you're going to point to this meet. So I trust the trainer to put this horse in the right spot. We're going to get first-time Lasix. We've got a nice, steady set of drills. When I look at workouts, and I think you're the same way, Ange, I'm not really too into the time of the workouts. I'm into the
time
repetition.
only matters in prison.
You know, and this horse, I think, is ready to fire. So he's got early speed. I think if he's live, he'll get loose. He's a Minnesota bred running for the bigger part of the purse. And, yeah, he's in for a claim, so there's trouble there. But I get Harry Hernandez, and I think Harry's on the right horse. He's a great gate jockey. Let's talk about a couple of the other contenders that are taking money. Paul Allen and Superstats Dave both love the scent. I thought the horse had a big shot here, but a little bit of a red flag for me is the last couple of times this horse has taken money, he's burned that money.
I felt kind of the same way that you did about him. And the fact that he gets himself in the race and hasn't really propelled forward, whether they've gone 5 with him, whether they've gone 6 with him, even 4.5, he's run a more even race since he's gone from California to Arizona. If he comes up to Minnesota and he can do a 180, that's fine. But I thought he would take the money that he is. And if you're going to give me the same price on him, or if you're going to give me that price on Mr. Fabricator, I'm going to go towards the rail horse just because he proved that he could get a win right away at Turf Paradise. Now, granted, the scent broke his maiden in California. That was still, a little while ago. I was just more looking for value. I honestly didn't think they'd be this close on the board, and I don't think they will be by the time they get to the gate. I
like the horse on the screen right now to hit the trifecta at a nice price, 7-1 right now. Keep an eye on Shirag, Derby-winning trainer, and Chip Woolley. And you get a jockey that I think knows the horse well, a couple of rides down Arizona way, and really right now getting forgotten in the wagering. There you see the panel of experts picks, top to bottom. Mix them up. Bet the exactas, tries, supers, of course, win play show available. And of course, Angela and I will be right back at you tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day. Bulldogs in play. 1 o'clock tomorrow, 1 o'clock Monday. Thanks for joining us. Of course, on the main level, you've got the beautiful air-conditioned card casino, Texas Hold'em, blackjack, all kinds of good fun, 24 hours a day. Thanks for coming on opening night. Good luck here in the last.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Dark Star Press Box, and I am the Chaser, and the Chaser's about to do what Chasers do. You see, we caught the first race, and then, of course, we doubled our wagers the rest of the card, and courtesy of Crown Royal, here we are to chase and get it all back. And what do chasers do? Well, they look for short-priced horses in the last wagering opportunity, and they hope to take in the smell of winning this last race with the scent and chasing and getting all of the money back opening night at Canterbury Park. The scent. That's the Chaser's tout. They're at the starting gate, and it is now
race time. Thank you very much for joining us. A wonderful opening night for racing at Canterbury Park. The Scent, 9-5 in favor. Nearing halftime in Minneapolis, the Timberwolves lead OKC by 31 points. And the Frost won in triple overtime. Now Mr. Fabricator, 9-5, slightly favored. The Scent, 2-1. Hoot Owl Hoot, 3.5-1. The Rider looks to win half the races on the card. Hoot Owl Hoot, Harry. And here is Chirag. Ready to close up opening night. And they're racing. Another wonderful start, and Chirag with Daylor Berrios Lopez win the start, but they have been overtaken now by Mr. Fabricator. Mr. Fabricator and Hoot Owl Hoot between them now 1 and 3, race out 1.5 to the good of Chirag. Then we come back to the Scent being ridden rigorously into the far turn, about 5 out of it, 2.5, 3 clear from Instant Karma, way back to Score McCoy, who would have to score from about 18 out of it as they approach the top of the stretch. Number 1 is number 1 in the 8th with a quarter of a mile to go. It is Mr. Fabricator from Hoot Owl Hoot. That rider's looking for 4. Outside of that, Chirag. Behind them, the Scent skipping through on the inside, but still with a lot of work to do. Mr. Fabricator is not lying about this one. Mr. Fabricator is gone. The People's Choice close opening day with a convincing victory and a tight photo for second between 5 and 3. Number 1, Mr. Fabricator, first. 105.18. And a photo for the Miners. The numbers 1, 5, 3, 7. Opening day is official. Into the winner's circle, Mr. Fabricator and Fausto da Silva. Winning owner and trainer, Jose Silva Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, day 2 of the 2025 season is tomorrow. It's Pepsi Family Day at 1 o'clock. And we have Bulldog racing tomorrow. So if you made some money tonight, come back tomorrow or Memorial Day when we race at 1. On behalf of Canterbury Park's television department, those of us here in the Dark Star press box, and for our management team, we wholeheartedly thank you for stopping by Canterbury Park. Stop by the casino to play some blackjack or Texas Hold'em if you are so inclined. Otherwise, if you're leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. Opening night. Racing. Another wonderful start, and Chirag with Daylor Barrios Lopez win the start, but they have been overtaken now by Mr. Fabricator. Mr. Fabricator and Hoot Owl Hoot between them. Now 1 and 3 race out, 1.5 to the good of Chirag. Then we come back to the scent, being ridden rigorously into the far turn, about 5 out of it. 2.5, 3 clear from Instant Karma. Way back to Score McCoy, who would have to score from about 18 out of it as they approach the top of the stretch. Number 1 is number 1 in the 8th with a quarter of a mile to go. It is Mr. Fabricator from Hoot Owl Hoot. That rider's looking for 4. Outside of that, Chirag. Behind them, the scent. Skipping through on the inside, but still with a lot of work to do. Mr. Fabricator is not lying about this one. Mr. Fabricator is gone. The People's Choice close opening day with a convincing victory and a tight photo for second between 5 and 3.